So what we have is and I'm not familiar with this lock at all, it was shipped to me from a client in Spain. Apparently it's pin procs is what it is. Enter a pin code or enter in a fingerprint. This is the box. AL20, but I guess the company is ZKTeco. So what the customer needs is a way to rekey these locks. I believe create a master key. I think it'll be 20 locks and there'll be 4 level 2 systems. 5 locks in this group, 5 locks in this group, 5 locks in this group, 5 locks in this group. I think 5 locks, so it'll all be 1AA through 5AA, 1AB through 5AB, and so on. There won't be a level 3 system, just a level 2 system. So this snake style key that came with the cylinder from somewhere in Europe, the client can't master key these. Well, I can't. I don't know, I don't know anything. Well, I know about how this works, is how the pins move in the cylinder based on the track, is how that works. But there's no way to master key this, at least not that I'm aware of. So the client said, can you master key these? I says, well, where it all started was the client asking for lots of sizes of cylinders. And, I don't really have a caliper. I have a caliper. I don't have cylinders available that I can measure and have the client realistically make all that work. So the bottom line is I convinced the customer to ship me a lock, where I then took it apart, videoed myself taking it apart so there were no leftover pieces, ordered a spoke first with Caba Ilco. There is a gentleman there in tech support who's amazing, who has helped me severely over the years, and to him for that I say thank you. The shortest Bible length is the 15985 cylinder. This is a KS, so a quick set keyway, and it is in a satin chrome finish. Okay, so this has the shortest Bible because the constraining part of this lock, which I'll show it to you in a moment, was the fact that the Bible on the existing cylinder could only be so long, otherwise it wouldn't fit in. And you'll notice the back of this, and actually this is longer than the one that I put in there. Very constrained size, and in fact, if the cylinder, if the 15985 was any longer, it would not have fit. I had to do some grinding on the cylinder. Nothing that compromised the integrity of the cylinder, just had to trim it a little bit. But I also had to trim the key itself. And what was happening was the stop underneath the key, at the bottom of the key, the lever was preventing the key from inserting, so I made it look like that. Before and after. Now, if you don't really know what you're looking at, it ain't gonna matter. Well, to a guy like me and someone who's an actual locksmith, they'll notice it. One is original, the other's not. That's the one that's not. I had to notch that back. Just put it on a grinder. Doesn't really look bad, and in fact, like I said, if I clean that up, you'd probably never even know that it was done. So, with the 15985, I can key this cylinder. Now, what's neat about this lock, I mean, it's a neat lock. I don't know, again, much about it, but we're connected, meaning the inside battery pack is connected to the outside. So what I'm going to do is let's switch to, let's reorient the camera and we'll test this, is what we'll do. So let's do that right now. If you are enjoying this video, please click thumbs up or like, and also please consider subscribing to our channel. Let's move on to the rest of the video. So what we have here is proof that this works, and let's indeed prove that it works. So complete disassembly, inspecting all the parts, figuring out what needed to happen, getting the part that I hoped would work, and indeed it does work. So right now the lock is on. Okay, the lock is plugged in, the power is running. The cables are connected, the inside lock is on. Okay, no problem. Let's just set that here. Right now, I have a spindle installed. I have the latch bolt. When I rotate the lever, when you make contact with when you touch this, it's capacitive, it starts, it activates. When I rotate the lever, nothing happens. It's a clutch. Now, I'm going to enter the code that I had to create. Okay.
Try again.
Pound sign. Now it rotates the latch bolt. Now it doesn't. You may have heard the motor disengage. The 6-digit code and the pound sign. Okay, so let's do it again just for sake of doing it.
Thank you.
Right. No good. Now it locks. Now, here's the test. Does the key work? So all the key should be doing is, and it took me a minute to figure this out, this little nifty thing here, it slides out of the way, revealing the cylinder that I installed. Okay. Key goes in. You turn the key. The only thing that should happen now is this is going to retract the latch bolt. If you focus right here, it's going to retract the latch bolt, and it does. I take the key out. Does not retract the latch bolt. Okay, so we know that this works. This job can be done. Let's wrap up this video. If you've not hit subscribe yet, we would very much appreciate if you did, and hopefully you're enjoying this video. Now, let's get back to it. So in all actuality, it was quite close to the cylinder not working, because when I slide the handle out of the way, it doesn't make contact, but if the thickness of the cylinder plug was any greater, it would have prevented that slide, that neat little slide cover, from concealing the cylinder. So it works. That's proof of it. Now what proceeds is just raw footage of me disassembling the lock, figuring out what I thought I needed, and then proceeding with that. So other than the probably 2+ hours that follows, because the prototyping time was 2 hours for sure, there's nothing else here. And I was recording that stuff just to make sure if a spring flew out, I knew where to put it back. So hope this was helpful in some way. Probably not, being North American, all of us, my viewers most likely, we don't see these locks, but you know, I was inspired by Accurate Lock in Connecticut. They prototyped a lock that doesn't, until I asked them to make it, and they obliged, it did not exist. There is a electronic combination sliding or pocket door lock with a key override. Doesn't exist. Mechanical combination, pardon me, electronic combination for a pocket door. Now a pocket door, not a swinging door, it's got a lock, can't come out of the locked position. No lever trim. Lever trim you can do. You can order, you can get stuff. You can get locking hardware for that. So I was inspired by Accurate Lock to give it a go, so I'm grateful that it worked out. Let's say thank you. Bye-bye. If you've made it this far into this video, you must be determined to see it through to the end, and we appreciate your hanging in there with us and watching this entire video. It means a lot. It takes a lot of work to create these videos, in the sense that you know, it's time taken away from doing other things. However, the advantage for me personally of creating these videos is the fact that it does allow myself to either learn about something new, to reacquaint myself with something, or to reinforce what I believe that I already know. Any comments that you might leave down below would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Okay, let's try and figure out what we're doing on this lock. Took me a minute to realize that it's hidden underneath here. Pretty slick. I've never seen this lock before, so I'm gonna archive my steps trying to figure out if we've got a cylinder that's going to work. Clearly this back plate needs to come off. Well, maybe it doesn't.
AB Supply, this is Terry. Good, how are you? Can you repeat the part number, please?
DA dog at supply.
Alright, bear with me one moment. I'm looking at the item, let me take a look, one moment.
Okay, let's let's take it apart from the inside.
It is not something I keep in stock, unfortunately. You can find out the lead time and contact you back.
Sure.
It's a good email, I'll send you a quote.
Wick, R-I-C-K. Dog, show, M-I-C-H-A-U-D. At, S-A-C-S.
Perfect. I will
Okay,
find
so
out
the back
store
plate is
details and
off.
send you back an email.
No
Thank you.
problem
Bye-bye.
there. Okay. Uh-huh. That must be what's holding it all on, that walled ring. I don't know if I've got the tool to take this. I think it may not be called a walled ring, but I know what it is. Let me see, I may have a tool. Yeah. This is buddy. Yeah, I do. Let's see if this will work. And a washer. Okay, not a big deal. Oh, there's a big spring underneath there. Hey, oh, don't go anywhere. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Gotta keep that spring captive in there or it's gonna take a ride on me. And I don't want to try to have to figure out how to get that spring back in there. So let's put this aside now that we've got the cylinder out. Or we've got it out partially. Bronze bushing. Looks like there's a screw holding that cylinder in there.
AB Supply, this is Terry.
Hey, Terry, this is Derek Warren. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Mm-hmm. Love me tomorrow.
Let me send you to Corey, he's our fire safety guy. One moment.
Thank you. Thanks, Terry. You're the best, buddy.
Whoa. It's a little bit too long. Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to do that. They're just a little bit too tall. Okay. Mm-mm. We need a substantially shorter cylinder. Substantially. Hmm. Right length. And all you got to do is cut the tailpiece to the right length, and you're gold. Won't you please promise me? Yeah, it's gonna get, so the issue I have no way to drive that out should it get stuck. All right, so not the end of the world there. The issue becomes is, what is the issue? Should be able to force that in, cut the tailpiece short enough. All right, and then we're going to have to lose. There's not a lot of security on this cylinder to begin with, that's for sure, because it's, well, what is security, right? Because it's missing. Because that hole's been drilled and tapped in the back to hold it into this shroud, you're losing pins in here. So I've got a cylinder that I'm going to have to bring in a cylinder to make sure that it fits, is the first thing. And we're going to have to make sure that it is going to work. That can get put away. Now, what we're going to have to do here is put it back together so we don't forget how it goes back together. I believe that was on the back. And then I believe this has to come through like this. Yeah, I like that. And I know that this washer was on the back. I like that. And I know that this walled ring was on the back. Not convinced that that's on. We want to make sure that it's properly seated so it doesn't fly out on us. Yeah, now it's on. Okay, we're good. That is now captured. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's captured. That's nice and tight on there where it ought to be. Okay, so what happened after that? The spring had to go back in. The Jimmy Jam on the back had to go back on. This had to go through the raceway. That was going to go back on like that. Yeah, we're good. I'll put these screws in, and then we're going to take a look. So the cylinders that I have they're too long, that's to be sure. And I have to see if I can get a shorter cylinder. So there were three problems: the length of the cylinder, the height of the cylinder, and then the fact that in order to secure the cylinder in its shell, we're going to have to drill and tap into the back of the cylinder. Now I don't believe that's going to be a concern, but I have to look at your keying requirements because for sure the cylinder is going to have no more than 5 chambers. And if I drop one chamber, for sure, I'm going to have 4 chambers. And I've got to see if it's going to give me, I got to see if 4 chambers is going to be adequate to achieve the keying that you want to have. It's a neat lock. That's pretty cool, hiding the cylinder underneath there. One piece. Yeah, that's where that was, obviously. Maybe it wasn't. Okay, I'm going to have to go back in the video and figure out where that plastic part came up, but I'll do that. So, let's see if I've got a cylinder that I believe I'm going to be able to make work. Let's take a look right now. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just look on... okay. Okay, so I'm going to have to contact the manufacturer, and I'm going to have to ask them for the length of the shortest, what's called the this is what's called the Bible. Literally, the word is Bible. That's what we call this. I need a shorter Bible to be able to fit into your cylinder. This is too long. So I'm going to find out. I have to bring in some sample pieces. This is 5-pin. This is going to be 159. Yeah, this is going to be 5-pin drilled 6. So if I had a strict 5-pin cylinder, this should work. So I've got to contact the factory. I've got to get some technical information from them. But so far, I believe that I can do it. But I've got to make sure I can get a cylinder that I can actually fit in there. So that's what's going to happen next. Please continue to be patient as I work through this. Thank you. Regarding the links to ads that you might see in this video, we do apologize for any interruption to a smooth viewing experience. And hopefully the ads that are being presented to you are related to the base product. And if there is something, feel free to click on those and perhaps consider taking a look at what that other advertiser is promoting. Let's get back to the video. Okay, so we've got this cylinder here, and now we're going to see if this is going to work at all in our application. We sure are hoping that it will.
You ever work like on Rytec doors?
Rytec? No, I've not heard of Rytec. Okay, let's grab our tool again. Only the beginning. Only the beginning. Beautiful. Sometimes you need 3 hands. Okay. Easy. Yes. Only the beginning. Oh, almost.
Good afternoon, this is Brian.
Good afternoon, Brian. This is Terry from Architectural Builder Supply. How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm doing good. I appreciate you asking. Can I ask if you received a PO of yours?
Of ours.
Yeah, let me see. Bring up my list. Sure, which purchase order is it?
Your purchase order number is 8420.
So we did. We received the release of 100 lock sets. We received that on the 3rd, so Tuesday.
Perfect.
Got that in.
Perfect. Glad to hear. Estes had some cybersecurity breach, and I waited in their live chat for like 2 hours, and they told me they couldn't track anything. So I'm like, let me just give them a call and confirm and make sure everything's all good.
Yeah, and I knew that was the one that you were working on. And I was like, well, we didn't see it come through on Tuesday, so all's well.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thanks, Terry. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yep, bye-bye.
AB Supply, this is Terry.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing well, and yourself?
All right. I have a question for you. I'm checking the availability of this hardware found on your website, door hardware.
What's the part number?
Rockwood RN782.
All right, one moment. I have 7 in stock in a 626 satin chrome finish. Anything else would be approximately 2 or 3 weeks from Rockwood.
Yeah, is there, I'm looking for like a black, I've seen one here, like black suede powder coat finish. Is there any way to expedite that sort of, how quickly we would deliver?
Don't believe
Like
so.
being extra or anything?
Yeah, you could pay for expedited shipping. That would only increase the transit time, not the
Decrease.
lead time.
Decrease.
Yeah, Rockwood is just first in, first out always. So
I didn't like getting that spring back in there. That's a hassle.
Yeah, I need 22 in about a week.
That's a hassle.
So,
What's that, Deb?
No, I'm sorry, talking to myself.
Thanks for letting me know.
Thank-
Get his email, man. Tell him you'll check.
If you want to give me your email, I can check wholesale, and maybe something will come up. I can send you a quote.
Maybe Rockwood can get
Yeah,
a pull out a miracle.
I know D. Lopez.
Only the beginning.
Winter-construction.com.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you know what I need? Yeah. Only the beginning. Forgot how I had done this. Gotta hold that spring in there is the problem. Holding that spring is what the challenge is. You don't want it to come out. It's just that, it's a bit of a hassle putting it back together. All right, so now what we're looking to do, that comes off. Only the beginning. Only the beginning. Okay. Okay. May work. May not. Well, what you could do, Hard to say.
You don't have like an extra shirt here, do you?
I do. Right up there. What do you need that for?
John's taking a video of me, I guess.
Good. Terry, you find it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's just
I'm ready whenever you are, John. Not sure of the setup you want to do, but.
I think is
All right.
works for me. Every day I come back, there seems like there's more monitors back here.
Yeah, I know. We're not getting rid of any, that's for sure.
No.
thing is that fancy lever. Just don't think it's going to go on. .18. Oh, goodness. .31. All the beginning.
Things the chair.
A little torn up. Yeah.
It just doesn't look that great.
It just doesn't
Could we
look
just
any better.
use this chair for?
Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
I'm sure it's very comfortable.
It is, yeah. It's even older.
Yeah. Oh, or yeah, I guess you could put a sweatshirt on it, or use it a t-shirt.
Yeah, that's a sweatshirt. We'll just do the other
Okay.
one that works, yeah.
It's got a nice clean back. Alright. Clean up a few things, like the water in the back. Thank you.
I can move this like over here if you want.
It's okay in the foreground, yeah. You just travel that from underneath your shirt and then top. The direction doesn't matter, it's omnidirectional.
turns.
Hey, I'm just gonna roll it.
Is there like a specific format we're kind of going after, or just letting you?
Yeah. Did you see that email?
I did not know.
Those bullet points. That's what Rich laid out.
Who I am, background, what's rewarding to me, how do I improve, taking clients and watchers for views.
Just like a send off. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry, just mentally thinking about what I'm gonna.
Sure. If you need more time, let me know. Got it.
All right.
Is there any way to dim that back monitor? Just the intensity of it. It looks well like this, just a little bit white. Or if you have like a
This
black,
one right here.
Yeah, yeah. Or maybe a different screen that's not like pure white. Yeah, that.
It's a purchase order. That's here. Let's do.
Or what's the background?
It's it's the blue.
Yeah.
I can make them all blue if you want.
No, I barely see those.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, this can be pretty casual too. If you speak slowly.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, wherever you are.
Hey everyone, my name is Terry Howard. I'm a part of the sales team here at Architectural Builders Supply. Previously, I worked in the warehouse and receiving department for about 4 or 5 years. In that department, I learned product knowledge and expertise in a few product lines like roof hatch material and bathroom hardware and accessories. What's rewarding to me is not only being able to help clients get the material that they need, but to offer technical support and answer any questions that they have about said products that we're selling. I'm trying to improve myself by learning more technical knowledge about products and sorry, I gotta redo it. I should have practiced the night before.
Oh, that was perfect.
Yeah.
That was great.
Sorry, I got caught up.
Even if you have to take a pause, that's fine.
Yeah.
It reads very naturally. So.
Yeah. Prove myself. Alright, so still rolling.
Okay, fire away.
Hello everyone, my name is Terry Howard. I'm a part of the sales team here at Architectural Builders Supply. Previous to being on the sales team, I was a part of the warehouse and shipping department. I worked in that department for about 4 to 5 years, and during my time in that department, I was able to learn specific product lines like roof hatch hardware, bathroom accessories and hardware. I enjoy helping clients find the material that they need, no matter how hard it is to find said material. I also like offering technical and customer support regarding those products when needed. There's a lot of people in our industry that just sell the products and may not be able to provide technical support for the products. So being able to offer both the product and the support for it is very important to us here. I'm trying to improve myself by learning more product lines and being able to further offer more in-depth technical experience and support for the vast product lines that we sell. I do want to say thank you to all of our customers who have supported us over the last 20 odd years, and all of the viewers of our YouTube channel. If you guys ever have any questions, feel free to contact us, and you can ask for Terry, and I'll be more than glad to help. Thank you.
Money.
Good? Anything else I can do?
Okay. Well, good to you. It looks great.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Perfect.
Next.
Yeah, let's do it. Cool.
Since you're
we can
here
watch it
and-
back too, and we can redo it anytime. If,
I'm confident in
yeah.
covers everything.
Here's the
I'm
little
the one who wrote it, Hank.
bullet point. Okay.
Just the Coke can, I think, is the only distracting thing. I like the other stuff.
This weird thing.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what it is yet.
It's like a submersible
It's something.
something. Okay, I'm rolling. Fire it up.
Hello, my name is Rich Howard, owner of Architectural Builders Supply, and thank you for watching my biography video. My background is specifically hollow metal doors and frames and architectural wood doors along with mechanical hardware. And what I enjoy most is being able to leverage my 3+ decades of experience to help clients find the answers that they need. We take pride in being able to completely resolve all of our clients' issues, and let's start that all over.
Okay.
Yep.
Action.
Hello, my name is Rich Howard, owner of Architectural Builders Supply, and thank you for watching my video. Hello, my name is Rich Howard, owner of Architectural Builders Supply, and thank you for watching my short video. Hello, my name is Rich Howard, owner of Architectural Builders Supply, and thank you for watching my introduction video. My background is specifically hollow metal doors and frames and architectural wood doors along with mechanical hardware, along with low voltage hardware, and a specific concentration in locksmithing as well. Please know if you have any questions on any of these products, please feel free to reach out to not only myself, but anyone here in our company, and we will do our, and we will work, you're going to have to edit that, obviously. Yeah. And we will work diligently to be able to earn your new business, and more importantly, we will work diligently to earn your initial business and continue to earn your continuing business. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me directly. Thank you very much. Sorry, you have to chop that up.
That's okay. Do a little one crossfade.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
Oh, like Star Wars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or a lens flare.
There you go. Oh,
Awesome.
thank you.
And I have, Monday's going to be great for across the street. I've got, I've got it mostly cleaned up. Where Saturday for sure I will be cutting,
Nice.
and then
Okay.
come Monday it's just going to be let's do this.
Okay,
So
cool.
it'll be really.
Yeah, this is a great setup for run and gun. You know, also walking around the new space and kind of describing, had that vision.
all of that.
I mean, you could do maybe it'd be a good YouTube video. I'm thinking to, the growth of the company.
Absolutely.
Our new space.
Absolutely. Yeah. To
Yeah.
have that part of it is
Yeah.
there's stuff there that's built, and I'm just continuing to build it as I go along.
It's kind of cool to get the emptiness, beforehand. So I look at videos from from here,
Oh,
and then there's nothing. behind
nothing. I mean, there was just, when we first came here, there was just a row of boxes here.
it. Right.
It was quite chaotic.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought to myself, boy, I don't want the shop to move over here. I just want to leave it. I want to just set it up the way I want.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, this place will become that eventually.
Nice. Cool.
Awesome. Thank
Alrighty,
you.
carry on. Yeah.
All right, now we're going to grind this. So let's grind. From the beginning. maybe. Only the beginning. Well, the cylinder still works, so that's a good sign. All right. Looking out. Only the beginning. Okay. Now the key works in the sleeve. The issue is going to be is the head of the cylinder plug. So it works. This is what obviously is locking the lock. Just got to see if that's going to fit. Here's the moment of truth. I think it works. Wow. 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 Only the begin. Where's my mallet? Got my mallet. I'm gonna take my mallet. Only the beginning. Da-da-da-da-da. Only the beginning. See, the thing is, what do you need here? Yeah, that's, you don't even need that. That's the cool part. Ah. Okay, okay. Not the end of the world. How much more does it have to go in? Quite a bit. Yep, all right. Let's see how much. All the way back to the head. Hey Terry.
Yes.
Are they making a deal over here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, Barb is.
in the office.
In the front office.
I don't know if I want to.
Walk behind.
It fits. Just a matter of the key working now. You have to modify those keys. It's gonna have to be a modified key blank. Let's take a look. Let's see. Only the beginning. Oh, KW1. What I'm doing is looking for a key blank. No, it would have to be a modified blank, which may not be a problem. May not. Okay. Only the beginning. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little more. A little more. Only the beginning. Yep. Bingo. Okay, so we've had to modify that key blank. We've had to modify the height of the cylinder. But the key works. The lever works. Now, let's see about putting it back together. Well, that's a good sign. Actually, it's a really good sign. Stop it. All right. Okay, this has to go back into the chassis. That I remember. Got it. The bronze bushing goes on first. this has to go on. Only the beginning. Okay. Only the beginning. Stop it. Attaboy. That's how we need it. Right like that. Yep. Nice. Okay. Okay, that's captive. Now it's held in place. Now, it was the spring. It was this gizmo. It was this washer. No. And it was this bad boy. Is that what that was? Yeah. Yes. What's the hippity happening?
That's just about 390 plus.
Yeah, is it a new order? Just came in?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you gonna do? Pull it out, find it?
All the ones I see say no board. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure if one of the ones we have here would work.
Yeah, so the bottom line is, I'm gonna have to, there's gonna be more than just a board missing as far as I'm concerned. Leave this all right here, let me work on it. Because I think we're missing other parts. Yeah, so I'll be in touch. You don't actually have to be in there right now. Okay. That works. Leave that key a little bit more, but it works. Okay. This. That's got to go down. That's got to go up. It did, no. I don't know that it really went there, but it didn't seem like it. Much better. It's got everything to do with the handing of the lock. I'll actually have to take this apart and learn how it works. Definitely rotates. I gotta think electronically. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely goes on like that. Yeah, that's working. It's doing the job. That's what pushes it back in. Definitely is what's doing it. It's this. Oh, this. Okay. Yeah. So this has to go here. Only way it can go. Got it. Yeah, you know what it's got to be doing? Okay, when that comes out, it must be... Yeah, that's what it's doing. So when the key rotates, the spindle is coming out and locking up the inside trim. So right now, in the unlocked position, it's locked. Right now it would be locked. Yeah, I mean the fact that this rotates is probably because it'd be fail safe when the power is cut. So this cannot rotate, okay. And here, I don't like that. Just doesn't seem right. It's the only way it can go together. That's wrong. Okay. Yeah, so when that pushes down, it locks. When it's up, it's free. The only way it can work. Okay. Yeah, now it'll turn unless you do this and this, and it does not turn. which is what it's supposed to. Now it'll turn. No, it won't. It won't turn because that's engaged. Take the key, remove it, lift it, and now it will turn. Now it drops. It does not turn. Awesome. Key goes in. Rotate it. Will not turn. Lift it. Oh, key's turned. Now it will engage, is what I'm driving at. Now it will engage. It will engage there. It will engage there. Pull that out. Now it'll rotate. As far as I'm concerned, this works. Okay, now this is just a trim piece. Only the beginning. This is going to come out of here, as best I can tell. No. No, it ain't. I think it goes around. I'd have to look at the instructions on that. Now that's all held in. It'll rotate. But it's sloppy because of the handings not set. That makes sense. That doodad must. Where's he wanting him coming out at? This has got to be a gasket. That's what it's got to be. Side. Yeah. Let's hit the switch. That's where that goes. Okay.
issues. Those tips are too small. Let's go.
tips are just slightly too large. That did it. All right. That's the key. I figured it out. That's how you do it. Got it. Okay, now let's put it back on. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's in. For sure. Yeah, it's seated. Okay. So this thing's got to come out through here to the shore, but unless it goes out that way, then through here. I think that's how it was. Would make more sense if it came that way. That makes more sense. It's fed through. I think it's supposed to go through here though. Definitely like that. Definitely like that. Okay. Except, I gotta put all the parts back. Fine. What's lifting it? Nothing.
Hey, can you look at a quote or an order?
Works the way it should. Yeah, which quote or an order?
223010.
Yeah.
We have to purchase 50 from SecLock.
Uh-huh.
Client only purchased 6. You
Yep.
want to put the remainder on the shelf?
No, we can't. It's restricted. All 50 would have to ship to him. Be the only way we could do that. Okay, so the bottom line is I've got the cylinder removed. I mean, there's no way of knowing if it works without the electronics running. So let's give that a try. AA batteries. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, can you look at this before you go? Fuck you, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck. Now, AV Supply, this is Terry.
Hey, I'm actually trying to find Rich. Is he by you or is he away from his desk?
He's away from his desk, he's in the bathroom. Tell him to give you a call back in a second, though.
Okay, if you don't mind, it's about a Seco order. I need to get something done on.
Alright, I'll let him know you called.
Thank you. Okay,
No.
thanks.
Bye-bye. This guy sent a purchase order. They're not on open account, but they seem to...
Oh yeah, you could do open account for forms and surfaces. Guaranteed.
Sounds good.
That's that easy. What is he ordering? Yeah. Yeah, that's me, man. That's me. That's me.
Did you
Here.
send a quote? I didn't see one.
No. That's me. You know why you're selling those?
Why?
Because of me. Because of me. Check it out.
Yeah, I remember the situation.
Bridgeport said we're not selling it anymore. I went to the source. The source said, sure, we'll sell to you. You fold my shirt and put it back?
Yeah.
Where's my, okay.
I'm awesome.
Question becomes, are they tax exempt?
Come on, baby. Come on. Hey, I missed your call. Yes? Oh, fun. No, I'll do it. I'll unissue it and just change it and send it back to him. Bye. What's the startup sequence on this? Yeah, we got it right.
Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hi, this is Terry calling from Architectural Builders Supply. Can I speak to Jeff
Enter
Marks if
fingerprint or
available?
passcode.
Thank you.
This is Jeff.
Hi Jeff, this is Terry calling from Architectural Builders Supply in regards to the purchase order we received for the St. Louis design material. I just wanted to ask if this order was going to be for resale, only because I wouldn't want to put tax on the order and I would need the resale certificate.
Register administrator.
It
Enter
is PO
three-digit
number
user number. Enter
193056.
fingerprint or passcode. Enter passcode again. Completed. Press the star key to complete. Press menu mode. Enter number. Press the pound key to continue. Press the star key to complete.
Understood?
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for your time, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Try again. Try again.
This is lock is stupid.
Thank you.
Okay. Apparently, Works. We did it. Okay, now the test. Yep, I got it to work. I did it, Terry. I made something happen where it was supposed to. And now I will celebrate with a sip of coffee. Where the hell's my mouse? There it is. So what we have is and I'm not familiar with this lock at all. It was shipped to me from a client in Spain. Apparently it's pin procs is what it is. Enter a pin code or enter in a fingerprint. This is the box. AL20, but I guess the company is ZKTeco. So what the customer needs is a way to rekey these locks. I believe create a master key. I think it'll be 20 locks and there'll be 4 level 2 systems. 5 locks in this group, 5 locks in this group, 5 locks in this group, 5 locks in this group. I think 5 locks, so it'll all be 1AA through 5AA, 1AB through 5AB, and so on. There won't be a level 3 system, just a level 2 system. So this snake style key that came with the cylinder from somewhere in Europe, the client can't master key these. Well, I can't. I don't know, I don't know anything. Well, I know about how this works, is how the pins move in the cylinder based on the track, is how that works. But there's no way to master key this, at least not that I'm aware of. So the client said, can you master key these? I says, well, where it all started was the client asking for lots of sizes of cylinders. And, I don't really have a caliper. I have a caliper. I don't have cylinders available that I can measure and have the client realistically make all that work. So the bottom line is I convinced the customer to ship me a lock, where I then took it apart, videoed myself taking it apart so there were no leftover pieces, ordered a spoke first with Caba Ilco. There is a gentleman there in tech support who's amazing, who has helped me severely over the years, and to him for that I say thank you. The shortest Bible length is the 15985 cylinder. This is a KS, so a quick set keyway, and it is in a satin chrome finish. Okay, so this has the shortest Bible because the constraining part of this lock, which I'll show it to you in a moment, was
the fact that the Bible on the existing cylinder could only be so long, otherwise it wouldn't fit in. And you'll notice the back of this, and actually this is longer than the one that I put in there. Very constrained size. And in fact, if the cylinder, if the 15985 was any longer, it would not have fit. I had to do some grinding on the cylinder. Nothing that compromised the integrity of the cylinder, just had to trim it a little bit. But I also had to trim the key itself. And what was happening was the stop underneath the key, at the bottom of the key, the lever was preventing the key from inserting, so I made it look like that. Before and after. Now, if you don't really know what you're looking at, it ain't gonna matter. Well, to a guy like me and someone who's an actual locksmith, they'll notice it. One is original, the other's not. That's the one that's not. I had to notch that back. Just put it on a grinder. Doesn't really look bad, and in fact, like I said, if I clean that up, you'd probably never even know that it was done. So, with the 15985, I can key this cylinder. Now, what's neat about this lock, I mean, it's a neat lock. I don't know, again, much about it, but we're connected, meaning the inside battery pack is connected to the outside. So what I'm going to do is let's switch to, let's reorient the camera and we'll test this, is what we'll do. So let's do that right now. Okay, so what we have here is proof that this works, and let's indeed prove that it works. So, complete disassembly, inspecting all the parts, figuring out what needed to happen, getting the part that I hoped would work, and indeed it does work. So right now, the lock is on. Okay, the lock is plugged in, the power's running, the cables are connected, the inside lock is on. Okay, no problem. Let's just set that here. Right now, I have a spindle installed. I have the latch bolt. When I rotate the lever,
Try again.
when you make contact with when you touch this, it's capacitive. It starts. It activates. When I rotate the lever, nothing happens. It's a clutch. Now, I'm going to enter the code that I had to create. Okay.
Try again.
Pound sign. Now it rotates the latch bolt. Now it doesn't. You may have heard the motor disengage. The 6-digit code and the pound sign. Okay, so let's do it again just for sake of doing it.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, good. Now it locks. Now, here's the test. Does the key work? So all the key should be doing is, and it took me a minute to figure this out, this little nifty thing here, it slides out of the way, revealing the cylinder that I installed. Okay. Key goes in. You turn the key. The only thing that should happen now is this is going to retract the latch bolt. If you focus right here, it's going to retract the latch bolt, and it does. I take the key out. Does not retract the latch bolt. Okay, so we know that this works. This job can be done. Let's wrap up this video.
Can I run 2 things by you?
You can run 3 things by me.
There's someone who wanted to put an order on open account terms for $53.32. Nico got 2 credit references back. One says that the average day for the days it is for them to pay is 62 days.
Not good. Yeah, what about the other one?
It says that they're an excellent client, but yeah, the way I look at that is you got to go beyond 60 days a few times to get that 62-day average.
So, yeah. Do they have any prior business?
No.
Okay, so I would tell them, you know, listen, all your references haven't responded. The one that did, you know, it's more than double what our net 30 allows, and let's just do a credit card on this and let's move on. That's my suggestion.
And that's okay to tell him one of his references said 62 days?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So in all actuality, it was quite close to the cylinder not working, because when I slide the handle out of the way, it doesn't make contact. But if the thickness of the cylinder plug was any greater, it would have prevented that slide, that neat little slide cover, from concealing the cylinder. So it works. That's proof of it. Now what proceeds is just raw footage of me disassembling the lock, figuring out what I thought I needed, and then proceeding with that. So other than the probably 2+ hours that follows, because the prototyping time was 2 hours for sure, there's nothing else here. And I was recording that stuff just to make sure if a spring flew out, I knew where to put it back. So hope this was helpful in some way. Probably not, being North American, all of us, my viewers most likely, we don't see these locks, but you know, I was inspired by Accurate Lock in Connecticut. They prototyped a lock that doesn't, until I asked them to make it, and they obliged, it did not exist. There is a electronic combination sliding or pocket door lock with a key override. Doesn't exist. Mechanical combination, electronic combination for a pocket door. Now a pocket door, not a swinging door, it's got a lock, can't come out of the locked position. No lever trim. Lever trim you can do. You can order, you can get stuff. You can get locking hardware for that. So I was inspired by Accurate Lock to give it a go, so I'm grateful that it worked out. Let's say thank you. Bye-bye. So today's about 2 weeks after the last video was created, and what's happened in the last 2 weeks is the client has approved that we proceed with their order. And what it's going to be is the client has 20 locks. We're going to have AA master and an AB master. Under the AA, there's going to be 10 locks. And of those 10 locks, it's going to be 1 AA ... 5 AA. So there's 5 change keys there, but there are 10 locks. So what it's going to be is 2 locks are going to be 1 AA, 2 locks are going to be 2 AA, 2 locks are going to be 3 AA, all the way to 5 AA. Then there'll be AB, 10 locks, 5 groups of 2 locks keyed alike. The client doesn't want a master putting all of it together. I suggested that they should. That would then become an A master and an an A grandmaster, an AA master, and an AB master, and then you'd have AA1 ... AA5, and that ... just means a range, and then be AB1 through AB5, and then you'd have instructions, 2 locks, AA1 through AA2, AA3, AA4. So then what we're going to have to get into is what this video is going to phase into is how we're going to generate a bidding list. It's just a level 2 system, so there's nothing much to it. But we can talk about what we would do if we would have a level 3 system. And then the client has elected that they not ship me all the locks for me to modify the cylinders and then install them because of the cost of shipping from Spain. So what's going to happen is I'm going to bring in the 20 cylinders. They actually want 22. They want 2 as spares. We're not keying them into the system, so I don't know how practical that will be for them to have them. They won't be modified by us. None of them will be modified except one I will modify for purposes of the video. But this company in Spain, actually, the client said they do metal grinding, so they should be able to handle it. I offered that I would send a video showing how they have to modify the cylinder and the key blanks. And that will come up next, and then we'll talk about how we're going to generate the bidding, because when we do the locksmithing work, it'll be writing the bidding list, and it will be then originating the keys and then doing the combinating of the cylinders is what we'll do. We will take the client's original lock. It will have all of the cylinders. We'll modify one of them, and I've already modified one to make sure that it works, and we'll get all that going is what we'll do. So let's move on. Thank you very much. So we have been approved to proceed with this client's lock job, and the next video is going to be me creating the bidding list. This will phase into a little bit of locksmithing science, a little bit. And then it will go to how I'm modifying the cylinder to fit into their lock, which was not really adequately captured initially because it was more experimental. I now know, meaning I wasn't sure what I would encounter. I now know what I will encounter. And I committed to the client to actually videoing the modification of the cylinders that we'll send them, because they'll do the grinding, the filing, the nipping and tucking there in Spain when they receive the cylinders and their original lock back. So let's move forward and create a bidding list. Okay, so here is what the client provided to us, and it's actually it's perfect, actually. It's a topography of what they want their system to look like, and we're going to turn this into a bidding list, basically a keying schedule. I won't build a keying schedule, but a bidding list for sure. And so what the client has here is, you can see master key 1, and let's just take master key 1 and separate that all up here, because what we have below it is master key 2. Okay, so the structure of master key 1 and master key 2 are all the same. So what the client has is key 1, key 2, key 3, key 4, key 5. Door 1 and 2 are under key 1. Door 3 and 4 are under key 2. Door 5 and 6 are under key 3. Doors 7 and 8 are under key 4, and doors 9 and 10 are under key 5. So I said to the client, I'm sure that what you have is it could be anything. It could be, any structure really. But I said to the client, what you have are 5 townhouses or 5 condos. It's a five condo, actually probably what it is a 10 condo building. And let's just say 5. You've got 5 condominiums in this building. You've got a front door and a back door, unit 1. Front door and a back door, unit 2. And the client came back and said, that's exactly what I have. In fact, what I said was, you have 2 buildings, and each of those buildings has 5 condos, and each of those condos has a front and a back door, and that's what you want. I had asked the client, and I'm sure I mentioned it, if they wanted a grandmaster to operate both buildings, and they said twice they don't. So that's all there is to it. We could easily create a grandmaster for this at this stage, not after the fact. It can't be done after the fact without rekeying cylinders. So all we have to remember is there's a master key. There are 10 locks. The first key, the first change key, is going to operate 2 locks. Change key 1 or key 1 and key 2 don't operate each other, so that unit 1 can't go to 2 and can't go to 3 and so on. 5 can't go to 3 or 1 or any of them except 5. So we're going to break this down into standard terminology using literally standard key coding symbols, the SKCS, the standard key coding symbols, and that's an industry standard. So key 1, or I should say master 1, we're going to use industry standard terminology and simply call that AA. That's the master. We don't have to call it master key 1, it's the AA master. That's all it is. Then we're going to have, moving forward, we're going to have 5 different change keys under the AA master. The SKCS would tell us to call that 1AA, 2AA, 3AA, 4AA, and 5AA. Okay? Under each So 1AA is the first unit, and it has a front door and a back door. It doesn't matter how many locks are under 1AA, but whatever is keyed 1AA is going to work this key alone, and it's going to work this key as well. So it will work the 1AA key and the AA key is literally how that's defined. It works the entire 1AA key and the AA key. So, using standard key coding symbols, master key 2, well, you could probably guess what we'll call it, but if you can't, that's okay. We're going to call it AB. That would be what the industry would want us to call it. You're going to have 1AB, you're going to have 2AB, you're going to have 3AB, you're going to have 4AB, and you're going to have 5AB. Now the equal sign, that's where I'm going to put the bidding for all of these. So let's derive the biddings and let's talk about total position progression and rotating constant. Okay, what we're getting up to now is going to be writing the bidding list for this job. It's part of the job, so I want to include this in the video, and we're going to talk a little bit about rotating constant and total position progression. So, okay, first of all, the book that I'm referring to is Fundamentals of Master Keying. This is, if you are involved in locksmithing, this should be on your bookshelf. Fundamentals of Master Keying. This is by Jerome Andrews, CML. You'll be able to find it online. You'll be able to find it certainly in the Aloha bookstore. And I sat in a class a couple of years ago where the class was maybe 10 weeks, 8 weeks long, met twice a week, homework on the weekends. And one of the attendees of the class as an observer was someone I recognized from their bio picture online and on LinkedIn. It was Jerome Andrews, and I was fortunate enough to be able to thank him through a Zoom class for this book. Actually, I asked the class at the end of the class during the question session if there were any published authors in the class, and 5 people raised their hands while I was referring to Jerome Andrews. Okay, so the reason to own the book is because of how elegantly it's written. Its approach, its writing style is really easily comprehensible. So we're gonna talk about total pin position and then rotating constant. So total pin position basically requires a master pin in every single chamber. So using extremely simplified numbers, if our master key was 3, 6, 8, 2, 4, 9. That's your AA. This is an imaginary AA. If you're 1AA, creating 1AA means there needs to be a master pin in every chamber. So that means that I can't reuse any of these numbers, and in fact, in total position progression, if you reuse any of the master biddings, you will have unintentional cross-keying. So if I just add a 2 to all of these, it would be 5, 8, 0, 4, 6, 1. Well, that's problematic because that's a max, M-A-C-S, max, M-A-C-S, maximum adjacent cut specification. This key would be no good, so we would throw that key away. But for the purposes of demonstration, if this wasn't a max violation, you have to have a master pin in every chamber. You have a driver pin and a master pin. That means that any key with 580461 will work the cylinder. Any key with 368249 will work the cylinder. But the question is, how many other keys will actually work this cylinder? and ponder that. And the initial question is, well, two are going to work that, and that's all you're going to get. Well, it's actually not the right answer. That's the right answer. There are 64 total keys that operate that cylinder. And when you know the answer, you can start to deduce why that's the case. Every single key that's cut to 580461 will work. Every single key that's cut to 580469 will work. Every key that's cut to 580441 will work. Every key that's cut to 580469 will work. And when you work all of those possible iterations, you're going to get to 64 keys. That's not advantageous. Rotating constant substantially defends against this sort of lack of security. Any key with a 3 or a 5 cut in the first chamber will work. Any key with a 6 or 8 in the second chamber will work all the way through. The way that math works is actually, this is a 6-pin cylinder. You've got 2 chances in every chamber, so the math is 2 to the 6th power, and that equals 64. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 equals 64. There are 64 keys that will work that cylinder, theoretically. 580461 would not work because the key wouldn't. Basically, the cuts, that's a 5, that's an 8. If I try to cut my 1, what's going to happen is my 1 actually needs to end, my 0 needs to end up here, and that 8 cut actually obliterates part of the 0 cut. You know, it actually cuts it away. So if you punch a key that's 1 and 7 together, or 1 and 8 together, I think it's 6 in Schlegg. I'd have to look. I've forgotten. But if you have a cut next to each other that exceeds the maximum adjacent cut specification, you'll see that you lose part of the actual physical part of the key. So rotating constant now is what we're going to be focusing on. And Mr. Andrews' book is, for me, my document that I constantly go to regarding this. And this is what he calls an A pattern, where you're progressing one chamber. And what that means is, we're on the A6 line because there are 6 pins. You're basically going to keep all of the numbers constant, we're actually going to use 2 chambers progressed. And the reason is because I don't want to run out of future expansion. Because here, we're only going to be able to achieve, with progressing 1 chamber, a smaller quantity of maximum keys. So we're actually going to progress 2 chambers. And what this actually looks like is, let's use our fictional master key, 368249. So 368249, that'll be our AA key. If we're going to progress 2 chambers, these are 7-pin. Oh, here, we have to be down here in 6-pin. So starting at B15 is where we're going to be. You're going to progress these first 2 chambers. So 1 AA, and we're just going to add 2 to each of the cuts. Our 1 AA key is going to be 588249. I progressed these 2. I held constant C, the other 4. 2 AA, now I'm going to follow the B14 pattern. I'm going to progress that. So I'm going to leave that at 5 because it's progressed, but I'm going to have a constant in the second chamber, which is 6, and then I'm going to progress the third chamber, and that would become a 0 because 890 is how it would go. This is a quick set job, but I'm thinking in Schlegg. 560249. 3AA is going to be progress the first chamber, 5, constant the second and third, so that's 6-8. Progress the fourth chamber, that would be 4, constant, 4-9. 4AA, that's going to be progress the first chamber, constant the next 3, 6-8-2. progress the 5th chamber, 6, constant on the 9th. 5AA equals 5, 6, 8, 2, 4, 1. If you study these numbers, what you've substantially done is reduce how many incidental keys will operate the cylinder. So here, the quantity of incidental keys that will operate the 1AA cylinder is going to be 1 to the 2nd power times 1 to the 2nd power times 1 times 1 times 1 times 1. Okay, so basically all we have here is 4. There are only going to be 4 keys that will work these two cylinders. So we're going to use rotating constant because it substantially improves security, 1. 2, it substantially increases the rate at which you could pin locks because you're not needlessly dumping master pins in all 6 chambers. And 3, you use a lot less master pins. They're not very expensive, but you use a lot less of them. So that's why rotating constant is going to be what we use because of what we've proven here. And I always refer to his book because I don't remember these patterns. I could sit here, and I have in the past, and write them out from memory, but I don't do it enough to rely on memory. These are 5-pin. These are progressing 2 chambers in a 5-pin system. These are progressing 2 chambers in a 6-pin system. These are progressing 2 chambers in a 7-pin system. 1 position, 1 chamber progressed, 2 progressed, 3 progressed, 4 progressed, 5 progressed. So I would deeply encourage you to own this book if you get into this kind of stuff. The next video is going to be us literally creating biddings. Okay, so we're going to proceed and make our bidding list for this job. And it's important to know what the maximum adjacent cut specification is for, this is a quick set job, it'll be a 5-pin job. And you have to know what the max, MACS, max stands for maximum adjacent cut specification. It's defined as the maximum distance allowed between cuts on a key. If the difference between the cuts is greater than the number specified by the manufacturer of the lock, the key will not work properly. The MACS, or max, or maximum adjacent cut specification for Kwikset is 4. The increment is 0.023, and the progression is single step. Okay, so what that means is when you have you have a bottom pin. You have another bottom pin. You have another bottom pin. Another bottom pin. Not drawn to scale very well. Well, let's say, actually, let me be sure. Yeah, so there's 6 depths in Kwikset. There's actually 7, but I don't know where they use the 7th pin or the number 7 cut, so I'm going to ignore it. I knew it one time, I've just forgotten. So MACS is 4 for Kwikset. It's different for different manufacturers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the numbers. It's a 4 by Kwikset. It's a 2, it's a 5, it's a 1, a 6, whatever. The increment .023. That means the difference in length from a 1 to a 2, or a 2 to a 3, or a 6 to a 5 is .023. So if you put a caliper on this, and that's really important that the increment is .023. It's been found in locksmithing, if your increment is less than .023, the cylinders don't work correctly. That increment is so small, below 0.023, and that is the threshold, that you could have keys not work each other, because 0.023, that's 0.023 right there. When it gets smaller than that, when it gets smaller than this line, there's not enough difference in height to allow a cylinder to work correctly. And here's another way to think of it. Here is your shell. This is called the Bible, actually. That's literally, the term is Bible. And here's your cylinder plug in here. Then, of course, your key goes in here, right? The gap between the cylinder plug and the top of the cylinder plug and the underside of the shell, that's the dimension that's the problem, in the sense that there has to be a dimension there. And when the pin increment gets lower than 0.23, it's not a technical term, but the key's going to jam, is the bottom line. Plus, having a master pin that is 0.023, smaller than 0.023, a master pin is going to kind of look like this. When this is smaller than 0.023, it's too small. It does get jammed. Keys get worn, plugs get worn, tumblers get worn. And when you have a smaller increment than 0.023, you can expect, you can certainly expect your keys to not work correctly. The smallest master pin in a Schlage system is 30 thousandths. The increment in Schlage is 0.015. Its smallest master is 0.03. You can do a number one master in QuickSet because it's at the threshold. It's not lower than the threshold. So this is all really important to know, to understand, to take into account before you do any of this. And just ask Best about their A3 system, where they used an increment that was below 0.023. Over time, there was massive problems with an A3 system versus A2 or A4 because they were trying to jam a lot more theoretical biddings into the science of the cylinder by using a smaller increment. A smaller increment allows you more pins because your increment's smaller, because there's only so much height that you can deal with in terms of the physical size of a core. So going below this, or going with a smaller number, allows more theoretical pins because this height is fixed. You can't have 11 pins worth of height in a plug that will only take 10 pins worth of height, so to speak. So really important to know that it's max. It's important to know what your tumbler sizes are, because from this is what we're going to derive our masters from, our AA and our AB, from which we're going to derive, using rotating constant, our change keys. All right, cool. Let's keep moving on. Okay, so we're going to create a TMK register, which is just a listing of the top master keys that are going to be used. You know, and all it is just you know, a bidding chart is really nothing other than you know, this. It's a matrix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. TMK. 1AA. And we've got 5 in our system, so it's just going to look like this. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. And all you do is you just keep in an organized chart what your numbers are, what your biddings are. So it's, you know, extremely simple what we're doing here, so I won't bother to draw a matrix like that. But here it is. If I just drew the lines, this is it. So using our understanding of maximum adjacent cut specification and using standards of good master key creation, very well covered in Fundamentals of Master Keying, I'm going to come up with a couple of top-level master keys. So one thing I think that a locksmith does is automatically plan for the future even without the client knowing it. And I'm going to do that in this case. So of these two buildings, to me it's odd that there's not a grandmaster that works them all. So I'm going to build my master key structure such that at some point in the future I could introduce a grandmaster into all of them. Even though it would require repinning all of the cylinders, it could be done. So here's what I'm going to use to do this. So I'm going to create a TMK and then an AA and an AB. And I'm going to have a quick, what is in effect a pinning chart. Well, it's not a pinning chart because I'm not pinning anything. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to use a bidding for a top master key of, let's say, 1, 4, 2, 4, 6. No, I don't want to use that. Let's do this. TMK. The top oh no, it means theoretical master key is what it actually means. I'm going to go with 1, 4, 2, 6, 3. Yeah. And then my AA and my AB. I'm going to make the AA 3, 4, 2, 6, 3. And my AB is going to be it doesn't have to be 2 steps away. It only needs to be 1 because the increment in Quickset is 1. Alright, we're getting there. I definitely think this is part of Master Keying where you start over. TMK, AA, AB, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm going to stick with my 1, 4, 2, 6, 3. I'm going to make this 2, 4, 2, 6, 3, and 3, 4, 2, 6, 3. Now, I've got 2 different master keys here, so that's going to be fine. They're different. One's not going to work in the other. The key, though, is making sure that in my AA building, that's going to be up here, this is the AA building, or my AA master key, that I absolutely do not use any cuts that are 1 or 3. As long as I don't use either of these numbers in my biddings under the AA, I'm in good shape. There won't be any interchange. You'll have to accept that on faith until, if you don't already feel it, understand it, know it. But that will keep this key from working here and vice versa. Now, the theoretical master key doesn't exist, but I'm going to hold that out just in case they come to me and say, you know what, you were right. We need a top master key, a theoretical master key, a grandmaster for all of these. At which point, all we would do is repin the cylinders by putting a 1 bottom pin and then the appropriate master pins in the chamber. That's all we would have to do. So right now, in all of the this building up here, the AA building, all of those pins, the bottom pin in the first chamber will be a 2, because there will be no cuts smaller than a 2 in this chamber. But if in the future I needed to change that, I would pull out the number 1 bottom pin, I'd put in a 1 bottom pin, and then add master pins accordingly, is how we would do it. So this is going to be my master key matrix, my chart of master keys. This is never going to be used, and I'm going to write on here in my notes, this was a theoretical master key that was held in reserve should the client ever decide to convert this into a level 3 system. Right now we have two level 1 systems is all we have. I'm sorry, we have 2 level 2 systems. Level 2, level 1, 2, 3, and beyond are well explained in the book. A level 1 system is there's no master key. A level 2 system is there's a master key. There are change keys and master keys in level 2. How many levels are here? There's 2. If I added a grandmaster up here and then put building AA here and building AB here, and then their change keys under each, now I've got 1, 2, 3 levels. Level 3 system. So I will write in my notes, this is a theoretical master key that I could use as a grandmaster bidding should the client ever decide to convert the 2 standalone level 2 systems into a single level 3 system. Okay, so now we have our logic on what's happening here, and we have our biddings for the masters. So now, using that, I'm just going to copy over my 2 masters, 24263, 24263, and 34263. And we have to be mindful, we're not going to use 2 and 3 in our biddings anywhere in this first chamber. Well, what I mean to say is we're not going to use a 1 and a 3 in our first chamber for this system, and we're not going to use a 2 and a 1 in this chamber for this system, because otherwise we're introducing the other keys to work. Okay, so we have our masters. Now, we're going to have to get back to our rotating constant, because I don't remember the patterns. I also mentioned the matrix format. I wouldn't say that this is the definitive source on the matrix format of progression is the term. I'll grab that book and just show it, because if you ever decided to get into it, this would be the governing document. I remembered the title, but not perfectly well. Master Keying by the Numbers by Billy B. Edwards Jr., CML. If you want to explore the matrix system and pin progression in exceptional detail, I assure you that this book will leave very little to be desired. I believe Mr. Edwards is still alive. I know that I've communicated to him, certainly when I bought the books from him, and a follow-up as well. So we're going to be doing rotating constant. I'm going to pull up my progression cheat sheet for rotating constant. Okay, and we're going to be from B11 to B15. I'm going to put this off camera. Actually, do I have to? No, I can have it here. Awesome. All right, let's continue on. Okay, let's create some biddings. So we have our patterns that we're going to follow. We're going to progress 2 chambers in this 6-pin system. So we're going to progress, and remember, we're going to stay away from We're going to stay away from 1 and 3. We're going to stay away from those. Here, okay. So it's a single step system. So we're going to progress the first and second chambers, which means we're going to stay away from 3, because that's the AB. So we're going to go to 4, 5, 2, 6, 3. Now we're going to progress chambers 1 and 3, 4, 4, 3, 6, 3. Progress chambers 1 and 4, 4, 4, 2, 1, 3. Progress chambers. Oh, wait a minute. No, bueno. No, we're okay. We're doing a 5-pin system. I'm okay. We almost made a mistake. We've progressed chambers 1 and 4. We should be down here. Now we're going to progress chambers 1 and 5. So 4, 4, 2, 6, 4. Now we're going to progress chambers 2 and 3. So it's going to be 2, 5, 3, 6, 3. None of these keys are going to work each other. You got a 6, 3 here, a 6, 3 here. Well, that won't work because you got a 2 and 3 here. You got a 6, 3 here. That's a 3. So that matches up with this one. That's a problem. Ah, well, yep, see? That won't work there. Won't work here either. So as you go through that, you can see. So forgive me, we're dealing with the 5-pin progressions, the pattern. Let's do our other key. So we're going to progress chambers 1 and 2, but again, we are two, 5, 2. I'm just making sure of. Okay, we're good. Now we're going to make sure that we stay away from 1 and 2 in our AB building. 1 and 2 we can't use. So we're going to progress chambers 1 and 2. So 4, 5, 2, 6, 3. We're going to progress chambers 1 and 3. 4, 4, 3, 6, 3. Now chambers 1 and 4. 4, 4, 2, 1, 3. Progress chambers, wait a minute. 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5. Okay, 1 and 5 now. Progress chambers 1 and 5. 4, 4, 2, 6, 4. Now, we're going to progress chambers. Actually, I could have been starting and going up this way. It didn't really matter. Progress chambers 2 and 3. Yep. 3, 5, 3, 6, 3. 2, 6, 3, nothing. 3, 6, 3, not going to work. 2, 1, 3. Yeah, there's no cross-contamination. So all I did was follow the pattern. I started at B10 and ended up at B5. B6, forgive me. Started at B6 for 5 keys. And you can see I've got 5 more patterns. So my expansion specification is literally 100%, meaning expansion specification should be 50% of the system. I can create another 5 change keys in each building. I've also created 2 buildings, AA, AB. Should this ever have to come to pass in the future, I have it set that a Grandmaster can be added. That would be neat. But that's the bidding list. And that's exactly what we're going to cut the keys to and then start combinating the cylinders and modifying one cylinder, showing how that's done, and we'll go from there. Awesome. The next video we start will be probably key cutting. Or maybe it'll just be cylinder modification. We'll see. Now, before we move on, in some instances, I'm realizing, looking at this, in some instances this would be perfectly acceptable. Building 1 and Building 2, if you recall, but the problem is, I don't know the proximity of these 2 buildings to each other. I'm assuming it's a single development that has 2 individual condo buildings, but this could be on one side of town and this could be on the other side of town, or they could be next to each other. And you know, if you look at 1AA and 1AB, they're perfectly viable for each other. except that they're the same bidding. So what I think we'll do is we will change the AB building, or the AB master bidding list or change key array, so that it has a different, so that it's impossible for those doors to work each other. We don't know the proximity. We don't know the credentials required to get into each building. I imagine that you may not be able to walk up to door 1 or door 2 and just insert your key, but maybe you can. So we don't know. This job actually is in Spain. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to modify this. So this is progressed. We're progressing 2 positions: progressed, constant, 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 progressed, constant, progressed, constant, constant. So we simply need to change a bidding in one of the chambers such that it is not shared over here at all, so that there is no possibility of this unit owner walking into this building accidentally and easily and simply being able to get in. So we're gonna correct that. Treating them as 2 unrelated buildings is what the outline is. This is acceptable, and actually, what would be better is if it was in a different keyway, like we're doing this in QuickSet, and QuickSet doesn't have a multiplex system, or at least not one that I've ever heard of. If we were doing this in another manufacturer like Sargent or Yale or Schlage or well, Arrow I'm less familiar with, we could do a multiplex structure where this would be only because I have the Schlage classic obverse keyways memorized. We could write all of this in F. We could do all this in G, and then these guys here can be the FG multi-section blank. And I can show. I'll show that to you in the next video just to hammer that home. But what I want to do is literally just change a bidding here so that we have no possibility of contamination between the 2 buildings. So we've got 3333343. So over here we get to progressing 1 and 5. In the 5th chamber, it might just simply be easy to change the last chamber. So let's just, oh, no, we'll leave that. Let's leave that the way that it is. So it would be simply the easiest thing to do, I think, in this instance would be to simply change the bidding in the AB master. Trying to get the camera to focus there. There we go. So we'll change the bidding in the AB master, and we're simply, because we're either keeping it constant or progressing it, let's change that to 4. So that'll be 4. Then this will become 4, this will become 4, this will become 4, this will become 5, and this will become 4. So that'll be our bidding. Now, there's no possibility of none of the keys cut in a 4 will work in this system, and the one that there is a 4 has a 5. Actually, that's obviously going to work. 44264. And what we'll simply do is we'll change that to 6. So we're going to progress it, but we're going to skip over that bitting that's there in this unit. So reviewing 4, 5, 2, 6, 3, and 4 won't go to each other. Same concept here. The third change key in each array is okay. 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, that won't work. Actually, it's going to work. It's going to continue to work, is the bottom line. This has to be changed. So this is going to stay 5. This number is going to change to, we could easily progress it to a 2. We progress that bitting to a 2. A 3 will work, a 2 will work. Over here, a 4 or a 5 will work. So those keys won't work each other. 2, 5, 3, 6, 3. Yeah, that certainly won't work anywhere over here. This won't work over here. And we've made those corrections, so what I'll do is I'll simply rewrite this so that we have a clean keying array, and I'll make the permanent records. But we can now see that we've insulated those buildings from working each other. Okay, let's move on to modifying the cylinder for use in the lock. As we study this further, the inherent problem we have is progressing, the first chamber, progressing it to a 4 was done so as to avoid using a 3 that's shared in the other system's master key. But what we should have done is progress this to a 5 in these instances. So let's rewrite this a little clearer. Okay, SKCS, just what I'm calling it, AA equals 2, 4, 2, 6, 3. The AB equals 3, 4, 2, 6, 3. So 1 AA, 2 AA, 3 AA, 4 AA, 5 AA, 1 AB, 2 AB, 3AB, 4AB, 5AB. Okay, now let's take a look. So it is going to be progress, constant, constant, constant. So let's write down what our patterns will be. P, P, C, C, C. P, progress. P stands for progress. C stands for constant. Then the next one's going to be C, P, P, C, C. We can do that. Okay. So we'll progress the first one. And we're not going to use the 3, and we're not going to use the 1, because that's in our theoretical, that's in what would be a theoretical master key or a grandmaster should they use it. So we're going to progress this to a 4. This will be progressed to a 5. And this is 2, 6, 3. The next pattern is 4, 4, 3, 6, 3. 4, 4, 2, 6, 3. Fourth pattern, 4, 4, 2, 6, 4. Fifth pattern is 2, 5, 3, 6, 3. Okay, so now over here, we're not going to use the 4 in this chamber. We're going to progress this to a 5. So, first pattern, 5, 5, 2, 6, 3. Second pattern, 5, 4, 3, 6, 3. Third pattern, 5, 4, 2, 1, 3. 1 is the next progression. 5, 4, 2, 6, 4. The last pattern, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3. So when we avoid using yeah, we're good. Yeah, so when we study these, 4, 5, 2, 6, 3, this key, when entered here, is going to be looking for a 4 in the first chamber, and it won't find it. And all of those instances where we have a 4 in the first chamber, it's offset by having a 5. The other pins that are in there are 3s and 2s. So any combination of 4 and 2 will work here, or 3 and 5 will work here, but you don't have a 3 and or a 5 here, and you over here don't have a 2 and or a 4. Now over in the fifth one, you don't have you don't have the ability to satisfy a 3 cut over here, and you don't have the ability to satisfy a 2 cut over here. So all we did was, out of our pin stack matrix, we didn't progress this first chamber to pick us up a bitting that would have been used over here. And using this logic, you know, we know that we've insulated these cuts from each other. And we can study these, and there's no cross-keying because of how we treated that first chamber. Okay, so this is what it's actually going to be. So the work that we were doing earlier, originally, before modifying it, would certainly work if these buildings had no possibility of ever coming into contact with each other in terms of, you know, the buildings being in proximity. And they could be. So, Unit 104 in the AA building, they might walk into the AB building. Well, 104 is going to work each other originally, so we definitely don't want that. So this will be our final bidding list. Awesome. All right, clearing that up, correcting mistakes. Let's move on. Okay, so the next step is that we're going to cut the keys for this, and I'll show you what we're going to do. I'm not going to go through the process of recording cutting all the keys, but at least give you a demonstration of the machine and why I'm using the key blank that we're using. So there's obviously many ways to cut keys. What we're really doing is we're originating keys, in the sense that we have a bitting that we're going to use according to the prior part of this video, where we've established the bitting or the cuts or the numbers of the key. So what we have to do is originate a key, and generally you'll use a tool that's meant specifically for originating keys, and there would be actually several ways to actually originate a key, but having the right tool allows you to do it the most elegant way, I would say. And a blue punch by ProLock would be a way to do that, using your HPC Blitz machine, using the Fromen machine. You know, I have filed keys. That's not the way you would do this. If you were impressioning, you would file a key. You could originate a key with a file and some information, which is the depth and spacing data. I have also taken a whole pile of cut keys, okay, and from that pile, I would have the pile on my left side, and I would have the key machine, and then I'd have the blank key on the right side. So let's say that my cuts that I needed were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, fine. I would find a cut key with a 1 in the first position. I would put that in, and then over here, I would just cut my 1. I would take that cut key out, and I'd look for a key that had a 2 in the second chamber, because my key is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? And then I would cut the second chamber on the blank, and then I would find a cut key, and I would be switching this out. So you could do it, that's called a set of depth keys. You could do it that way as well. I've done it. The blue punch is an extremely elegant way to do it. It's the most straightforward path to doing it. It's a very accessible machine. There are blue punches for, there could be a dozen of them, don't quote me. I own probably 3 different ones. Schlage, obviously, small format for A2, and then Quickset. We don't cut Quickset that often by code, but that's probably more of a reflection of the client base that we have, where the Quickset keyway doesn't come into our scope as much as it would others. So this is the spacing bar, or the depth bar, and that's going to slide in here. And using this tool, you'll be able to load the key blank, and we actually have a key blank loaded in here. You can see right here, okay? And you load your key, and then you set your depth. You know, you push the carriage over to where you need it to be. I'm in the first position here. I can tell that I am. I'm going to move my depth bar out of the way so that I can move the carriage. Now, if you'll just keep your eyes on the carriage here as I cycle that, it moves. Okay, so what I'm doing here is every time I cut, the carriage moves over and putting me in position for the next cut. You set the depth, the whole 9 yards, you cut your key according to your code, and that's how you would originate the key, and that's what we'll be doing here. So now we're going to be using the cylinders that we're using for these ZKTeco locks are going to be, as you already know, the 15985KS from Kaba Ilko. They're the shortest length. They require the least amount of modification. The issue is, as probably came up previously because it has been a few weeks since we've picked up this thread, the underside of the key blank needed to be ground back to fit far enough into the lever trim. Well, that's more work. And that's, work is a 4-letter word. So I searched, did a little bit of searching. And I found an optional 5-pin key blank. This has to be 5-pin because if it's 6-pin, it won't go in far enough. Well, the interesting thing about this key blank, it just so happens that the bottom shoulder, which isn't used, is cut substantially further back. It's just a feature for some reason of this key blank. I have to do it this way. So when I line up my shoulders stop at the top of the blank, you'll notice that the brass key is further back. And it just turned out that the amount that I needed to grind off to work was about that amount. So when I found these key blanks, I said, boy, these blanks will very likely prevent me from having to grind them. And they're nice looking too. So it's a Quickset keyway, and will likely prevent me from having to cut the bottom of these, and we'll go over that shortly. And the next part of this video will be, we'll cut the keys. I won't record that, it's just cutting the keys. Then we're going to move to the combinating of all the cylinders. That I'll record in its entirety. If you do need to see a key cut, by all means, it's just put the blank in, you've got your code in front of you, you set your space bar, your depth bar, you make your first cut, you adjust the depth bar, the carriage moves to the next position, you cut that position, you adjust your depth bar because the carriage is moved, you cut your third position, and so on. The one tip that I would give you about cutting on this machine is put a piece of paper underneath it, because all the chips from what you're cutting will come out on the bottom of the machine. Once you're done cutting, you can pick the machine up, you can wipe it off, you take that piece of paper and fold it up and throw it all in the garbage, and you don't have to sweep anything up with a brush, a counter brush. Let's move on to the final portion of this video, and that is I had committed to the client that I would demonstrate, I would create a video showing them that the next part of this video is combinating all the cylinders. After that, well, let's jump into that in sequence. Okay, so this is Master Key, and do you recall the name of the greatest reindeer of all? Okay, so all you're going to do really is take your biddings. Okay, so you're doing 2 cylinders to each of these, 2 cylinders to each of these. So you're going to use as bottom pins the smallest number. So in the first chamber you'll have a 2 bottom pin and a 2 master. And you'll have a master pin in the second chamber. Nothing in 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, so we're just doing 2 of each of the changes?
Yes. So you'll have 10 cylinders on this side, 10 cylinders on this side. That's right. You will possibly need help getting the cams off. Wait a minute. Oh, no, you don't need these at all. Yeah, you're good. Yes. Yeah, you're good. Okay, yeah, I see what you got going here. Sorry, I'm a little flat-footed. 224666. Yeah, it's, I don't know if you'll be able to reuse any of those pins or not. It's possible that you won't. Now, we're in Quickset, so Quickset's going to be this chart here. Got it. I'm giving you to the count of 3. Oh my goodness. Wow, look at us. By all means, if you're not busy everywhere else, just sit here and key locks. You know what I mean? Let everything else wait till 4 o'clock, 3:30, that kind of thing. It would be better. Thank you very much, because I would not have seen this email otherwise. The bottom line is the This email is the email address used to send images that I take here of products, and is the email that Hilda has always used, but it has been very recently turned over to Liz. Okay. This appears to have been added to the stock order. AB Supply, this is Richard. AB Supply, this is Richard. I didn't add that. Attached is the weekly stock purchase order for this vendor, Skywalker Scrabble.
You might not mark them here too.
Oh, that'd be very wise of you, because your client's going to say, I did a very large, 910 South Michigan was at the time the largest job I had ever done, $250,000 of hardware and doors and lock sets. And it took me about 8 weeks to key all the locks, because I faithfully did it like 30 minutes every day, 5 days a week, because I couldn't sit and just key locks. And I took the time on the back of the mortise cylinder, when you put the key in and you turn it 180 degrees, well, the cam goes like this to like this, and then you can see the back of the cam. Well, I took and I stamped the unit number. So this guy would call and say, man, you got a big problem. None of these cylinders work where they're supposed to work. I'm like, yeah, they do. He's like, they do not. And he's angry with me. And I kind of got a little angry with him. I said, now listen here. Now I know how you all operate. You're not doing your job. So to protect against your guys not being careful to look at the marks on the boxes that I put there, Pull the cylinder out. Oh, you mean I got to take the cylinder out of the door? Pull the cylinder out. I said, put the key in the master and turn it 180 degrees. So what's the unit number? And he says to me, blah, blah, blah. He says, is that the unit you're standing in front of? Very wise of you to do that. Because when they call you and say something doesn't work. Hey, you got a little black magic marker on the side there? Do you need one? I have one right. Okay, okay. Anyway, long story for, yeah, CYA. Okay, so we've gone through and we have combinated all the cylinders. Now the final component of this video is going to be the next piece that I'll be able to send only to the client, showing them how we modify the cylinder to fit into their lock, and also the steps of disassembly and reassembly of the cylinder as well, which I've already done. It came up probably much earlier in this video, but we're going to now give them just a petite package of here's what you'll do. This lock, all of the cylinders, the keyed cylinders, all of the cut keys, it's all being collected, going back to Spain, where the client will have the cylinders, they'll know what they need to do in terms of the grinding and the modification, and they'll be in good shape. Okay, so let's move on to the actual work. Okay, let's dive into taking this apart and demonstrating the steps. So I do recall that the first thing that we needed to do was remove the back cover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's an unusual quantity of screws, but 7. This would be a number 1 screwdriver, by the way, a number 1 point. These are nice because they have that cap that rotates. I would suggest at this point keep your thumb tight on the cover. You don't want things to move. You have to pretend, you have to, at least initially, assume that you don't know what's underneath there, because initially you probably don't. Okay. Okay, not much that's moving there. Well, the cylinder's down here, so we know getting into here is going to be important. So take note of the orientation of this hub. There's an arrow pointing in that direction, so I'm going to take that off. I'm going to remove that. Before I do this, have some paper towels at your disposal, because there's oil on these parts and it's going to end up on your fingers and whatnot. Now there's a spring in there. Let's take the spring out. That comes off. That was exactly in this orientation. That pin is spring loaded. That has everything to do with the controlling of the lock. I'm going to take that out and put it there. Now I know that there's a C-clip. I know that that has to come off. And this is a, yeah, there's a proper term for this. This is a channel lock. 927 is the part number. This can be set to spread, to close, or to open those types of C-clips. It's not a C-clip, it's, I don't recall the name of that retaining ring that's on there. It might just be called a retaining ring. I've got some very small tips in here, and it's less than enjoyable getting this out. It just is. Just evening that out a little bit. You don't want to lose any of these parts. And what I mean by that is if you lose any of these parts, you're not going to put the lock back together without having new parts. Okay, so I was able, I've got it lifted off marginally, and at this point I could just lift it off, which I did. Okay, so I've got that pulled off. Channel lock 927. If you don't have one of these tools, you're going to want one. And my suggestion is have me get one here for you before you collect your material and put it in the packaging. And I'm holding it so I don't lose it. Okay. Okay, we are kind of in new territory here. I know that there's a spring in here. Alright, there's a washer here. That's coming out one way or another. It's right here. Yeah, there's a spring in there. There we go. Very flat washer that's got to go back on top of there. So generally what I do is I put the parts in sequence of how they're removed so I can go backwards basically. Okay, I do not want anything to move. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so what I did last time was I got too curious. I pulled all this out. There's a spring in there that was really less than a good time getting that collapsed back and put over here. So don't go any further here. Leave that. Now my suggestion is, because there's a spring there, if I recall, I actually grabbed a clamp and I clamped that. So let me see if I still have my clamp. I don't think I do. Here. I'm going to pause this video because I don't want to lose. I want to demonstrate how to do this. Okay, so I've gotten up and picked up something that would actually work really well, I think. A round container of 4 ounces of putty, because if this moves, the spring is going to jump. Let me get this secured down first, because when lock manufacturers put stuff together, they've got machines to do it. They've got tools that are doing the work. Oh, and I'm using this very small Irwin clamp, something for just really local clamping that you need. Beautiful. Okay, that's not going to move at all. So my suggestion is concoct some way to keep that from movement. I'm going to put this aside because we're done with this for right now. Okay, let's move on with the lever and cylinder disassembly. Okay, so we have the chassis set aside, and actually, since I'm thinking about it, let's just talk about that for a moment. Yeah, let's talk about it. Should you get into a situation where you've got to put that spring back, it's going to kind of look like that. Okay, when it's installed correctly, this spring, this ear wants to go this way. This ear wants to go this way. When you take that out, that spring is now actually going to look like, it's going to look a little bit different than it did earlier. Yeah, let me explain that. It's going to actually look kind of like this. Okay, where this piece is actually this piece. So you've got to take these and you got to spread this one this way, you got to spread this one this way to get them over the notch that's at the top. Okay? You got to get it over that, and that's really the hard part. So my suggestion, don't have to teach yourself how to do this, just don't let any of that come out. I did. It took me a good 30 minutes, and it was hot that day in Florida where the air conditioning was not keeping up, which is not unusual here. So, all right, let's continue on with our lever. There is a bronze washer here. Bronze is a self-lubricating material, and that tells me that there are literally sliding parts moving against each other when I see bronze like this, important parts. So that's going to go here. We know we've got to get the cylinder out, and there's a screw here, so my bet is that screw's probably got something to do with it. Number one. That screw wasn't really moving very much. Oh, I know why. Because that, okay. Yeah, I'll show you that. That set screw has to come out first. My guess is that it's metric. Well, it's metric-ish. It's just not a really great fit, is the bottom line. M3 is what it looks like. I mean, I'm getting 3mm. Goes in there fairly well. No chance of stripping it. So I'm going to go with a 3mm Allen wrench is what you'll need. I would loosen it. Don't. Okay, well, I've loosened it and it still doesn't come out, so let's go a little bit further. Okay, it needs to come out. You've got a lock washer here. Okay, so let's put that aside. We'll leave that right there.
AED supply. This is
Okay. Okay, so got that screw removed. Let's pull the assembly out. Okay. So there's clearly something in there that we don't want to disturb. That's for sure. So the most important thing I think to recognize is, you know, the screw goes through here, threads into here. The orientation of the tailpiece receiver is just like that, so don't move that at all. Now you could get curious, and I would suggest that we get curious about it. So when I use this screwdriver to emulate a tailpiece, and I turn that, you can see how that spindle moves, okay? And that has everything to do with when you turn the key, that it's going to free the lock to actually operate, okay? The rotation on that's about 90 degrees, so you've got to be able to turn that key. Yeah. Okay. And the key, and it will only turn 90 degree. And that's because if you think of the entire tailpiece receiver as a circle, you can see an amount of it that's cut out, about 180 degree of it, okay? So it will rotate, it will give you basically a 90 degree rotation. So now it's horizontal. You can see where the shoulder is there. The hub has extended out. I'll rotate that back. I'll remove my screwdriver. You can see where that is again. Shoulder stopped. And now that goes in. So we're going to leave all this just sit right here. Okay, now at this point we can get the cylinder out. It's going to come out. Now a couple of things. At this stage, it's important to probably take a look at the existing cylinder to show you what that looked like. Now, if you recall, there was a screw that I attempted to remove that didn't move at all. This screw. Okay? That's because the back of the Bible, this is literally called the Bible, as in the Holy Book. That's what they call it in locksmithing. That's drilled and tapped. Ours does not have any drilling and tapping. It's just not required. And this cannot move, is the bottom line. So we don't have to have that drilled and tapped because the cylinder is so captive. Before I put that away, actually, we had to change the height of our cylinder slightly by grinding the top, which I did. Didn't compromise it in any way. So I had to literally take the cylinder and modify the top of it. It actually looks not unlike this. So I had to grind the top of this down. It's just large, ever so slightly. Then you'll notice that there's a tailpiece on the back of this cylinder, really, really short. I had to emulate that myself, really, really short. Okay, getting that down to about as short as it can go. Now, in the cylinder, and now it's time for me to actually obtain a cylinder that we're going to use to modify, because this is the one that I've already modified. I'll put that there. Actually, I'll put it in the box. And what I'll do, the client wants 2 units that are as I said, there's 20 cylinders, there's 2 extra cylinders. Okay, fine. So I'm going to actually take one of the cylinders that we've already done. There are 20 cylinders total. Here's a box of 10. We have one more box. I'm going to take one of the 1AAs. Take that out. I'm going to grab the keys that we've cut. I'm looking for an AA or a 1AA, either the master or the change key. Here are masters, AA. Okay. So I'm just going to use these to operate that cylinder. And it's nice that I'm using one that we already did, because otherwise I'd have to cut back that key down here, and I just simply don't want to grind it. So the contents of this box, and this will go in the client's box. We'll put that aside. And what our job is to, well, test the keys. Master works. Okay. And I had said earlier that a 6-pin blank would probably be a problem, and that's because when you insert the key, you can see the back of the key when I insert it any longer, and it may have become an obstacle for the back of the tailpiece. So we know that we need to use a really short tailpiece, and there's going to be 2 operations on the grinder that I'm going to have to do. And all the spare parts I'm going to put back in the box. The client will have no need for them, but okay, so there are lazy action tail pieces here I see, and standard tail pieces. The lazy action tail pieces are the ones that are cut like this. You don't need these at all. There are 3 of them. Put them in the box. You'll not use them. Okay. Then there are going to be 3 standard tail pieces, short, medium, and long. I would just take the shortest one because you're going to grind it anyway. You won't need this at all. That's for the lazy action. This doodad you won't be able to use because you don't have enough room in the cylinder, but it's a anti-fishing, or not fishing. It's an anti-loiding piece of hardware. If you had a double cylinder deadbolt and you got one of the cylinders off the door, you could manipulate the back of the cylinder through the access to the back of the cylinder if you had that. You would never have that in this case, but that's what that piece of plastic is there. It's not a spacer as much as it is a security device. So I'm going to get the grinder and I'm going to grind that down, and basically I'm going to use the old cylinder as a guide by which to know the correct length. Let's do that now. Not the old cylinder, but the existing cylinder. So my tailpiece has got to be really short. Actually, looking at the front of it, I'm going to end up pulling that off. So we'll be able to get that tailpiece installed, but it's going to end up being really, really, really short by the time we're done. So let's do that. I'm going to fire up I'll get the grinder and let's fire up the next part of this video. Okay, so here we go. We know we're going to try to turn this into something much shorter. I know that I have a we've got one that we've already done and it works, so I'm going to leave that out. That's going to be our kind of our test. I'm going to move the fancy headphones out of the way. And one more thing. Terry, go grab me the pliers. The Milwaukee. Thank you, Terry. Channel locks, they're fine. No, fine. Channel locks are fine. Don't worry. we're cutting it down pretty far. Okay, we're going to test that now. And what we'll do is we'll put it into the cylinder. If it needs any more work, then we'll address it at that point. It may not. It may. It may not. Okay, so we know, well, actually, we're not going to be able to actually test it until we actually grind the top of the Bible. But let's at least put it in. And this is vertical, so we know that the tailpiece has to go in vertically because that's how the original tailpiece is. Vertical. So that's important. You can end up putting this in two different ways. So at this point, that's the one that I did. This is the cutoff piece. The locksmithing tools are not here with me. They're up front where we are keying locks. So you're going to depress this pin. There's a spring underneath this pin. Don't lose the pin nor the spring. Unthread this. Take it completely off while you're holding the pin down. The pin has to be held down in order for this to work. And you unthread that all the way. I'm holding the pin down and I'm unthreading all the way. Cap comes off. Leave everything. Don't take the pin out. Don't take the spring out. Tailpiece has to be vertically. There's only one way it can go on to be satisfied vertically. The cap goes back on. Okay. Now, with a very pointed tool, push the pin down and then turn it clockwise to tighten it. Hold the pin down while you tighten it. Tighten it all the way, finger tight, and then back it off one hole, one complete hole, back it off. Make sure the pin seats in the outside perimeter of the threaded collar, the threaded cylinder cap. Put the key in, test the key. The key has to turn nice, but here's the key. Here's the critical moment. When you, with your index and your thumb, turn it back, and as you're doing that, you're turning it, you're pulling it. The key is it has to come out. If you get it to vertical and it doesn't come out, then the cap has to be tightened a little bit more. That's the test. This works perfectly. Now, I know that I've got to grind the top of the Bible for it to physically fit into the sleeve. Right now, it will not fit into the sleeve. Backwards. Right now it won't fit in the sleeve. I got to make it fit into the sleeve. So I'm going to grind the top of that. Not so much. Doesn't take a lot. But it does have to be done. And this Delta grinder is actually very nice. It's balanced very nice. It's still spinning. Definitely do not want to grind too much off of here. You might want to buzz that with a hand file, but it may not be necessary. The key is the key. The critical part is to get it into the sleeve. And it's really close. Okay. So what happened there was not unexpected. It's a bit unfortunate, but it's actually not a bad thing that it happened. There's very little brass actually holding the top spring cover on. Okay, this I ground down to the point where it didn't come off at all. This time it did come off, which I'm really not surprised. So at this point, the important issue is the anatomy of the cylinder chamber is that there is a bottom pin, which is characterized by this pointed tip here. There's certainly going to be, there may or may not be a master pin, which will be a very thin pin that looks like this. Okay. Very, very thin. There will always be a bottom pin. Pardon me, you can't see that. There will always be a bottom pin. There may or may not be a master pin in a particular chamber, but there will be master pins in the entire cylinder. There will always be a top pin or a driver pin. It looks like the master pin, just longer. There will always be a spring. If you are grinding and you've cut that off, that is okay as long as you don't lose the parts like I did. I know how to put this back together. Less so for you. So the bottom line is what you may want to consider doing is, if you feel that you're going to get in trouble with grinding that and the cap and the spring cover came off as it did for me, you may want to intentionally remove it. You may want to intentionally remove the 5 springs, there will always be 5 springs, and remove nothing else. At that point, and that's what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the springs, or at least pretend that the springs are removed. Okay. I've got all the springs removed. I'm now going to grind this down, and I'm going to dry fit it into the... Yeah, there are the rest of the pins. There's really no need to take any more off of there than necessary. I think we're good. What you may need to do is to get a drill bit and ream those holes open. You'll just put a drill bit in there and just clean the holes out. A very small file will work. The bottom line is, though, that now fits in there. Okay, and I can tell that when I turn the plug, because there are no pins in there, it operates the spindle. So I know that this moves freely. So at this point, I think we're going to need to adapt our strategy for that you to intentionally grind off the cover, remove the springs, clean that off, and then put the springs back. But do not lose any of the pins inside of here, or you're going to learn about locksmithing next. So once you've got that all put back, once you've got that ground down, the issue is, as long as nothing comes out of the chambers, you're fine. The shroud is going to keep everything captive because the spring can actually rest right on the top of the housing that the entire cylinder assembly goes in. But what I would suggest that you do is what I'll do is the springs go back in there nicely. What I'll do is I'll put the cylinder back together so that the keys work, and then I will pick this up at that point and show you what I do next. And what we'll do is we're going to take this back apart, because European cylinders you load without taking it apart. I don't want to do that. Okay, so we're going to go over and we're going to pin this. So let me move the camera view over. You can watch me actually repin it if you like. Okay, we need this, right on. Let's do that. Okay, so standing at my pin kit that I actually have here, I'm just gonna put this cylinder back together, because I was not necessarily anticipating this falling on me. These are pins. Sorry. Okay, so I don't know what the cuts are on the key, but we'll quickly discover what they are. That could be, we're doing quick set 1. We'll try a 195. Could be good. It looks like a 1, maybe a 3. Let's put the 1 here. Okay, maybe a 3. What's a 3 quick set? A 219. No good. 219 is no good. It's a 4 in quick set. A 4 is a 240. Let's try a 240. Yeah, I like that. 1, 3, 1. I'm just sight reading the key based on my experience to know what pins to put in. I don't know. Let's try a 2. 2 in quick set is a 1. A 3 in quick set's a 219. What did I put in? Yeah, okay, I put in the wrong pin. So it's a 2. It's a 1, 3, 2. It's probably a 4 or a 5. Let's go with a 240 and just see what that looks like. Nope. Try a 5 in quick set is a 264. Nope. It's got to be a 7. A 6. 288. Yeah, looks good enough. The last cut looks like it's a 1. 1 in quick set's a 171. I don't remember putting any 171s in there. That's way off. Maybe a 3. Yeah, 3 looks okay. Might be okay. I'm going to take the size of one of the pins down. It's a little bit long. It's not a 264. .288's a better option with that. Then the third, may have been 219. Yeah, it was. It's a little bit long. A number 3. I'm going to go with a pin 1 shade shorter. And what I'm using is what we call a universal kit. It's in 0.003 of an inch increments. So now we're going to add the master pins, and that'll be those chambers that are shy. And then this one, it's just the first 2, and they look like they're a number 1. So a number 1 mask. Huh. Looks like it. Well, let's try an 045, which is a 2 master in quick set. Yeah, that looks right. But the second chamber, that looks like it's a 1 master. Yeah, that looks like it's probably going to work. Let's put it in here and try. There's no springs in there, but nor driver pins. So what we'll do is we'll test it. I'm going to drop driver pins in here. I'm just getting the driver pins that came out because I admittedly don't have all of them, but there's nothing necessarily special about these. So the top or driver pins go in next. So I've got driver pins in there. Now I'm going to put my springs in. And this is where it'll get a little interesting. I don't want to use that spring at all. Too much spring. I have a vial of springs. Okay, so we've got the springs put in, and we're going to demonstrate what to do next. So the cover is going to go on, and there's nothing to hold the cover on, but not a big deal. The idea is that all those springs have to get compressed and pushed on. Okay, so it's not really that hard to do that, except the springs can be, they don't cooperate like you would want to because they're springs. But I've got that on there and they're held down. So all I'm going to do at this point, believe it or not, I'm going to use a piece of tape. All the tape's going to do is hold the spring cover in place, because once it's in, they won't move. They can't shift. The cylinder cannot laterally move. Oh. Actually, before I tape that, I don't have to, but Okay, the spring cover's on there. It's holding it down. I'm just going to reinforce it. I could literally just slide it on now. Actually, yeah, I have to rotate that cylinder out of the way. Very good. Get down. Very good. Not a problem. It's pinched. This is just packing tape. It's really great for cardboard, meaning it sticks to cardboard very well. And brass as well, which is what this is made of. Alright, now we've got that held on. You don't want to lose the parts, because if you don't know how to put them back together, it'll be a detriment. So you don't need to do this part at all because you're not going to rekey these, but I have to test these and make sure they work without losing anything. So our change key works fine. Our master works fine. So the point of the matter is I've pinned it correctly. At this point, I can put this back in. Oh, no, I can't actually. Not yet. One more piece of tape there, so I'm confident in just it being held on its own. Yeah, I'm going to cut some of that tape away. Yeah. Where I don't need it. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll put our spring back in. Tailpiece has to go on vertically. Pin goes back in. You know, I know that you folks are a machine shop, so you may be able to approach this differently. In the sense of you may be able to modify the height of this. It's not something that I can easily do. It might be another way around that. Frankly, I'm not extremely concerned if it pulls some of the tape with it, because once it's in, it's in. And assuming that you never need to take them out, that set screw's got to go back in there. And it looks like it's extremely close. Now you can better appreciate the tolerances. Well, we're going to see if that screw will go in there. extremely tight in the sense of there's no margin left. Getting this to work was it had to be tested. Now the nice thing is, what's the nice thing here? It looks like we still have to cut our key back slightly. Well, that's okay. Okay, so the neck of the key is not actually quite long enough? Well, yeah, they'll have to be cut back ever so slightly. Let's try it. Just the bottom is what you're going to have to do. Just the bottom. And a small amount at that. A very small amount. Obviously doing it with a file is probably going to be a far better idea. Yeah, now we don't have any conflict with that shoulder hitting. It's ground back just enough. So you're definitely going to have to cut those or grind those. So when that key turns nice and stiff. Okay, and that's it. Key comes out just like the way it's supposed to. It turns clockwise, only 90 degrees. Comes out. Great. That's the old cylinder that I had already modified. So that we will send to the client with the two keys that are here somewhere. Okay, let's continue on with making sure that our reassembly works. So we're good here. Our handle is concealing our lever. Now that my hands have oil on them. Conceals. We know it works. It's held in. Awesome. Now, okay, we need our lock body. I think we're done with the Allen wrench. Our lock body. We're going to take our clamp off. We're going to hold that. What I did was I tipped it to keep pressure on it at all times to get my thumb down in there. My thumb is holding that. Okay, so what has to happen now is the lever has to go on. Like that. We're good. Now in reverse order of my sequence of parts over here, I'm holding it down. My bronze bushing, or what my bronze bushing is what it is. That goes on. That was in there, but I just don't like that in there. There's just not a lot of room for the C-clip left at that point. The bronze bushing went on, and I noticed retaining clip, which I am calling a C-clip, which it's not, wasn't working. So let's put this on there and test and see how it feels. Yeah, it fits a hell of a lot better without that piece in it. And admittedly, I'm not real happy with that piece being there. You want to make sure that the retaining clip is in the groove. I can tell that it's in the groove, okay? Nothing's going to move here. Now what's interesting is if you recall when we inserted our key, it forces that little spindle to come out, and that's what will operate the lock, allow you to operate the lock. But at this point, you don't have to be concerned about it coming out because it's now held in captive. This cam assembly went next. The spring went down. The key assembly went next, if you recall that orientation. And that's how this was installed. With the exception of that washer, which I just don't see it. I don't see that. Well, yeah. Put it last. I either had it in wrong or I had it staged wrong. That's recessed. Put it in last. That holds it really nice. Spring goes in. Lever going off that way. The arrow, I should say. Channel lock 927. And you'll recall earlier in this video we tested the operation. We know that it works electronically, which isn't part of my scope, but I at least wanted to make sure that it worked right. So I'm going to put the screws back in here so that we can then test the physical key to make sure that it works. Thumb holding it down until I get at least 2 screws in, and even at that point I'd probably want to put in 3 or 4, especially in the outside corners. We're good. There's 3 in there. And with your experience in metalworking, you may improve on this technique. This is the second complete time that I've done this. You know, it's all good. Key turns enough to activate the lock. Yeah. That key's got to be cut back. That's the key I cut back. Awesome. The key cam moves in there pretty nice. When you turn the key, it doesn't like it so much. Let's study why. Oh, wrong screw. I'm just taking all the screws out again. I want to study why that doesn't move so much, or doesn't move as freely as it should. Rotate's good. Uh-huh. Oh, you know what it is? It's not our assembly. The key stock, I would call that a key cam. That's not in the right position because it will be connected via the tailpiece, the spindle. And what's happening is when we turn the key, which is free, it pushes our spin. You can't see that, I'm sorry. When we turn our key, it pushes the spindle out like it should. But when that comes out, it's not seating properly, and that's because this really isn't in the proper location for that to actually occur. But when the lock is put together, it will be. Yeah, okay, so I'm satisfied that we've got this right. Reasonably. That can rotate any which way it wants. And we've got that, yeah, that makes sense. Because we're putting this in at an angle, that's square. That's square. It needs to be like that. When I took it out, it was in that orientation, so I tried to put it back that way. That's no good. It needs to be up and down. When you do that, it works perfectly. Yeah, it works perfectly. Okay, so the important part is we discovered something that didn't work the way it should. You don't have to be a locksmith to know something's not working right. You just know it doesn't work right. We took it apart, we discovered the secret as to why, and fixed our procedure. And that is that. I'm going to put this back together and get back to it. Seven came out, 7 have to go back in. And it could be that that one washer was out of place because I just reinstalled it incorrectly. Yeah, it's awesome. All right, so check it out. Check out the proof. Here's how we know. This is obviously locked. Okay? Sliding that back will give you access. The electronics, we already know that works. Right now, this can move. So what I mean is when I rotate this, this doesn't move because it's not connected. Okay, so see the two arrows that I just discovered actually? There's an arrow on the black backer plate, the black back plate, and an arrow on the key cam. Line those up. Open up your lever cover, insert the key, rotate it 90 degrees. Those have to be lined up. These have to be lined up. Rotate it 90 degrees clockwise. At this point, that'll turn or rotate. That's how you unlock the lock. When the key's not in there, that will not rotate. When the key is not turned, it will not rotate. When the key is in and rotated, it then turns. Okay, this job is done. Let's wrap up this video on camera here. Okay, now wrapping this up, we've got a fully functioning lock set with a cylinder that it was never meant to take. No problem at all. That works just super duper. We're going to put it back together. We'll button it all up. I don't know anything about this lock. I know that, as I've mentioned probably countless times, the client is in Spain. It seems like a decent enough lock. I don't know the country of origin. It's probably somewhere in Asia. Or maybe it's not. I'm completely guessing. I don't know. So, can you make a round peg fit in a square hole? You can, and sometimes you can. There are times you can't. I've tried to reverse the handing on things that could not be done, at least not without a machine shop or a lathe or a mill or something like that. This was all stuff well within reason that we could make work. It was fruit that we could easily pluck from the tree, so to speak, and it worked out just fine for us. So, if you have any sort of square pegs and round hole scenarios, please think of us. And my name is Rich from Architectural Builders. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for watching, and if you've enjoyed this video, please click thumbs up. Please subscribe and maybe even send the video to someone that you know. Thank you.